Welcome to Regeneration Rising. Today's beam theme is Under the Dome, the Interbeing Sphere. We have an evening program for you. And the first up to share her sensibilities and what she's seen throughout her life and what she brings forth is Mariette Peppick. She is a multidisciplinary artist based in photography and writing. Her focus rests in creating intimate conversations that bridge our relationship between technology and the natural world. She is the author of the Digital Nomad Manifesto. Mariette is a trained herbalist and New York City citizen tree pruner. She has hosted parties and events and performed as a poet throughout the world. Every time I meet with Mariette, I learn something new. Welcome.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, I decided that it would be time to let everybody know I was a New York City citizen tree pruner.
They're the truths.
There we go. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here this evening and to share with all of you. This is keeping up with my theme of dreams and this dream tree and this idea of just exploring what is the mycelial connection between all of us. Now, in 2010, I had been working on a project called Dreams and Conversations and had let it sit after a while. Mostly at that time, I was living in Austin, Texas for some months, and I was interviewing other artists in Austin. And I was photographing them using a black and white film stock. And then I was also starting to get more into video. Although I had trained both in photography and in video, I hadn't really figured out how to do what I really wanted to do. And I let the project, I showed it once and then I sort of let it sit. But it kept staying with me, this idea of talking to people. So fast forward some years later, and one of my subjects actually in this past year, they passed away. And I started to look through the project again. And then I was in the middle of Design Science Studio and I said, well, you know, I have really been meaning to interview people because I meet the most interesting people. So, and that's to say, I think everybody's interesting. And I think so many of us have these hidden little stories inside us. And when people are really willing, one of my favorite things to do with them is to meander through their stories. Because so much of what we've learned to do in a reductive society is to give that elevator speech of ourselves or the productive part of what we think is important. And it's maybe what's in the margins that can really synthesize into a whole new level of dialogue. So the other day, I sat down to conduct my first Dreams and Conversations interview in a much different setting than I did in 2010. It's suitable for podcast. It's, I guess, really kind of rough and not quite fully produced yet. But I interview in this edition, this launch, my friend Elizabeth Taggart. And as you'll learn more about her when I give her full bio in the pre-recorded session, Liz is a Renaissance woman, a Regenaissance woman for sure. And her early life, when she was a teenager, when she was touring the world and learning how to meditate, has brought a lot of value into how I've interacted with her. And I think it'll bring a lot of interest into this concept of interbeing. So I hope you'll stick around and meet Liz. And I think we could start the video now. Hey everyone. Welcome to Dreams and Conversations. This is our first edition. This is our Regenera edition, and I'm really excited to be here today with Liz Taggart. So before we dive into today's conversation, I just want to tell you a little bit about Liz, who I feel really privileged to say is a friend, and dare I say,
mentor to, because she's pretty fantastic. So I just want to let you know that Liz here has been teaching courses in writing and Vedic literature in a university setting for over 20 years. She's a certified teacher of transcendental meditation. She holds a BS in consciousness through Meru, which is the Maharishi European Research University, and an MA in literature and writing through Georgetown University. Liz has been involved with the Sarah Lawrence Writers Institute from 2014 to 2020. Now, Liz also is a businesswoman, and she has co-owned the Hollis Taggart Galleries in New York City for more than 2 decades. She has helped create the fine art exhibitions and catalogs that were noted by scholars and museums for their historical contributions. She has also owned and operated an award-winning Vedic organic farm, Amba Farms, in Westchester County, New York. Liz made a name for herself through Amba and was widely recognized for her work in regenerative and nutrient-dense growing practices. Liz has been featured in books. She has appeared on the Martha Stewart Show. It goes on and on and on. So with that, thank you, Liz, for being here today.
Oh, Mariette, I'm so privileged to be here, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun.
Great. Well, speaking of fun,
Yeah.
speaking of fun, Liz, as I mentioned, has been a longtime student of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, and was in the room and all about back when Buckminster Fuller and Maharishi had occasion to meet. Now, from my understanding, they met more than once in a series of what Maharishi would call symposiums, where he invited the best thinkers and leaders of the time to come and meet with him. So it would have been in the 1970s, early 1970s, when they started to meet and discuss various strains of unified knowledge. So is that correct, Liz?
Yes, I believe so. Mm-hmm.
Great. And so you were there once or twice. Can you tell me a little bit about the experience of the symposiums in general, and then also maybe a little bit about meeting Bucky?
Well, I didn't meet him personally. It was more, we were all these starry-eyed teenagers in the early 70s there. And coming from a variety of different backgrounds, I'm from Southeast Cleveland, a little town called Maple Heights, where it was an immigrant community. And although I grew up in a very modest blue-collar family, my thoughts and dreams were that of something greater, something more in this world exists. But I was always tampered with, well, what's practical and how do you make a living? But then when I learned more about Maharishi, as so many thousands of us did at that time, and started to practice meditation and understand this profound integrated knowledge from the East, we were thrilled to be able to attend some of these symposium. I think they were held both in the US and then also some in Europe. And we were starstruck by so many speakers. But one thing that really stood out with Buckminster Fuller was he had a lot of empathy and compassion and love for humanity. And a lot of the speakers, they had brilliant vision into different sciences, but we didn't necessarily see this kind of deep interest in what's the greater good for humankind. And I think that's what really stood out. And Maharishi responded in kind to Buckminster Fuller in that way. So there was a great love that was exchanged between the two of them.
So one of the things about this exchange and this, what might have, eventually, what kind of brought them together is, I'm curious, at that time, 1969 around is when Buckminster Fuller published Operating Manual for Spaceship Earth. And so this would have been the synthesis of a lot of his work, a synthesis of a lot of the work that he had been doing since he had really decided to make his life dedicated to making all of his inventions, all of his work in support of livingery, what he called, instead of working with weaponry, which he felt society was based on weaponry, moving it toward livingery, right? And making the world work for 100% of the people. I believe that there's this amazing sort of weaving between their work, because Maharishi also had launched the spiritual regeneration movement, right?
He
And
sure did, yes.
could you tell me a little bit about that? Because that, just even that word regeneration, we use it so much right now.
I'd be happy to. Maharishi's teacher, Maharishi comes from this great lineage of Vedic masters that is traced for thousands of years. And the most recent custodian of that was his divinity, Brahmananda Saraswati, Maharishi's teacher or master, it's called in that tradition. And he was the Shankaracharya of Jyotirmath in the north during the 40s and 50s, I believe. And towards the end of his years, he asked Maharishi to take the simple technology of transcendental meditation out into the world to help strengthen the thinking and well-being of humanity. Thinking is the basis of all of our activity, and he felt like humanity needed a regeneration of their wholeness, their within themselves. And that's the term that Maharishi coined, was spiritual, but he always described spiritual as wholeness more than the sum of its parts. So that spiritual regeneration was a movement that would help individuals tap into their own inner ocean of silent consciousness and being. We're human beings, not human doings. And by a daily practice of that, regenerate their own life force and integrity and intelligence and faculties. And so he resonated so much with Buckminster Fuller, as Buckminster Fuller talked about how every individual has these nascent, latent faculties that needed to be cultured and developed. They were both on the same page with that, maybe different languaging, but the same page.
Well, that that is really beautiful, and it brings me to this idea of language, right? So sometimes language makes things easier to understand, and sometimes it hides. I wonder if we can talk a little bit about the language of regeneration, and even, is there, in this spiritual sense that Maharishi spoke about, we now use it in agriculture, and can you find a way that we could weave those ideas together somehow in your own work? I feel like you already have, but if you want to share with us.
Well, let's have a conversation about it, Mariette, and we'll have some back and forth here. Maharishi explained it to us. I had the good fortune to spend many years studying with him and really delving deep into these Vedic principles. One term, for example, he would sometimes be frustrated and he would say English is such a homely language, that there were so many facets of subtleties within human capacity that English hadn't named yet. Whereas Sanskrit and the Vedas have elaborated and deep dialogue about. One of those phrases is the Sanskrit term pasha. Pasha, pasha, pasha. It's a term that Maharishi shared with us that his teacher, Gurudev, which was the affectionate nickname for his teacher, he would say to his students, pasha, and that means to see. But the type of seeing it is the inner vision. Maybe what you are exploring as dreamscapes, what Buckminster Fuller would tap into his own inner vision to understand how different laws of nature functioned. Maharishi talked about how that capacity to see our inner being and to be that inner being, that's what regenerated us. He said it was an ocean of unbounded intelligence, infinite creativity, vitality. It's life itself pulsing in its greatest strength and wholeness. And by tapping into that, we regenerate all our faculties, and through our faculties, our actions and decision making and enriching different areas of our life. That's why I saw it as so primal.
Mm. Right. Well, definitely in a conversation, I would say that the design thinking that we've been doing, let's say here in the program of the Design Science Studio, and one of the things that we've been focused on is this anticipatory design thinking and approach. And to me, that often means being present and being able to, if not fully access, attempt to access this inner seeing, to work with these faculties that are not in the West for many years, have not really been valued at the level that we would want them to be. So therefore, we do sometimes lack that language, right? We lack that
Yes.
context to really get there. And it is true that when I think of regenerative agriculture, or even we've been using a term like a regenaissance,
Yes.
level, it does feel incredibly restorative, really exciting, and also somehow really natural.
I think you're really onto something with this whole program. The more I get to know about it through you, Mariette, because in the many years and decades now of studying the Vedas, there's this point at which you can't resist but include geometry, and where imagery has to present. And so, one of the terms we're all familiar with at this point is mandala, or a circle. It'd be so interesting to explore that and kind of break that down in the whole context of those of you who are exploring this whole field of creative concept, anticipatory. I know I wrote a note. I was looking at Buckminster Fuller's talk with Maharishi, and Buckminster Fuller referred to the great intellect of the universe itself. And that great intellect of the universe is the same intellect that's within our individual consciousness. And it seems that the undertaking of your program is to really start to function within that great intellect and start to image and tease out the concepts of what we need as humans, anticipate what we need, the type of vision that's really going to nourish and support humanity in these complicated times.
Times are complicated, and it's true that a lot of people are having a really tough time. What I really enjoy about Bucky's story, and yes, I do call him Bucky from time to time, but can't help it, is that he really was down. He really had changed his life at a point where he decided to not commit suicide. That's very much in the dialogue that he has publicly, and had at that time publicly, I should say, that he decided that he needed to live. And I'll just quote this because I think that this comes from the clips that we'll share in the links, and says, I had decided that warrant of my not committing suicide was turning my experience to the advantage of many. And then upon meeting Maharishi, he said, so that I feel that Maharishi and I have come together, both of us exploring for what it is we're endowed with, but both inspired by how we could turn the advantage towards the many. So this idea of taking our gifts and turning them towards the many, I feel like that's really been something that you've been working on, and that you're teaching in your writing courses now as well. And I just wonder if there's anything about that that you think brings us into a different state, and what that state feels like.
Sure, I appreciate you bringing this up. First, I think I could tell you a little bit of an embarrassing story, a humbling story. The early years with Maharishi, I was, a teenager, and from different times, there'd be an opportunity to ask him personal questions like, what should I do with my boyfriend? Or, like things that are so meaningless. And one time I was trying to make a decision about one thing or another. And so I asked Maharishi, and he was a very patient, loving person. And he said, I appreciate you asking me about a personal matter, but to tell you about myself, my whole mind and thinking, first and foremost, I'm always thinking about world consciousness. What do we need to do for our world family? And all the individual points here and there aren't necessarily what my focus is. And in that moment, it was very instructive for me to culture the community of world family, that's one of our purposes as human beings. And Buckminster Fuller brought that out many times, of thinking about our whole. And in that way, that's a spiritual pursuit of our whole world family. So any time over my life, it was always, what can we do for our world family? And whether it's helping in agriculture, or teaching many people meditation, or training teachers of meditation, or working in education, it's always, Maharishi really cultured and encouraged those of us who would listen to always hold in our hearts what's good for our world family.
World family.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really big one. And I do appreciate that, because that really is this regenerative idea, right, taken to its logical expression. Mm-hmm. And now I want to turn this back just a little bit, because I wonder if we can maybe show this clip. And I think that if we do show the clip, it'll give us an opportunity to talk a little bit about the Vedas and Sanskrit. Sure. And this little gem that you had shared with me the other day. So I'm just going to bring that up here on my side. And let's see. Oops, a little too soon. Let's see if we can screen share. And I'm going to make sure I set my fancy screen sharing. Let's see if we can, yes. Learning these things. Okay. Just a moment, friends. We may or may not get to cut that piece out. Okay, here we go. So this is actually from a 1971, not necessarily one of these symposia that you had attended, but this is one of their meetings, and we can watch this fresh together. It's about 46 seconds here.
Spoke last night, which structured infinity from the finite values, that is intellectual delineation of the infinite value of life. Both these things, knowledge and experience, makes life fuller. Another word for it, integrated. So here we find in one person the expression of what actually the name means, fuller, integration. You are great. What you spoke last night.
Okay, so there we go. That's it. It starts to play over again. But I love that and wanted to share that with everybody, this idea of fuller and it being expressed in his very name.
Yes. Oftentimes, Marshy had a very playful nature. And one thing that was so infectious with Marshy was his joy of life. He just felt like that was the purpose and permeated all of life was joy of life. So he could be so playful and he liked to play with people's names. So I know later in that talk, he says how it's a vision of a fuller life and how he really appreciated how Buckminster Fuller was open for the good of all of human life. This was Marshy's mission, and this was Buckminster Fuller's mission. But it reminded me of one of Marshy's very favorite quotes from the Upanishads. And that's what I shared with you yesterday. I can share it again. I did also want to make a brief comment of how Marshy talked about knowledge and experience. For those of you who have a familiarity either with the Yoga Sutras or with the Bhagavad Gita, there's this combination of Sankhya and Yoga, where the person aspiring towards integration or enlightenment in life, it comes in these steps of knowledge, our own personal experience, and then understanding. And that's usually learning from a knowledgeable source. And now, so you have your experience in your practice, and then you have your understanding of what that experience is. And so Marshy sees that or saw that as integration in life. And he sees that in Buckminster Fuller's name of Fuller. But the quote that became definitely one of Maharshi's all-time favorites from one of the Upanishads, I'll first read it in Sanskrit, and then I'll read the English translation, is Pranamada Pranamidam, Pranat Pranam Udachate, Purnasya Purnam Adaya Purnam Eva Vasishyate. This is full, that is full. From fullness, fullness comes out. Taking fullness from fullness, what remains is fullness. And what that refers to is the fullness of our inner faculties, our inner consciousness, that ocean of intelligence and creativity. And that fullness we express, and whatever is expressed is filled with that fullness. And yet we still have our fullness within ourselves. And all of manifest creation is filled with that fullness. And yet that fullness is never less. So there's the underlying truth that everything is this ocean of oneness and consciousness that's inseparable. That's what Buckminster Fuller was able to tap into and live and see for the benefit of humanity, which is a part of that fullness, if that makes sense.
Mind-blowing sense, but yes. we can meditate into that for a little while for sure. You know, we're gonna have to wrap soon, and I know that my intention is to bring you back again and again in this series. But I do want to switch it up a little bit and talk about something that you had shared a long time ago when I first saw you speak once at a conference. And there is this fullness that we can express artistically no matter what we do, right? And this thing I'm recalling is that you were talking about when you grew up, that your family, and they farmed, so to speak, right?
Yes.
They had orchards and
Right.
I mean everything, right? And they would sing often
Yes.
when they were working, and we love music here in Regenera.
Uh-huh.
And I think also that you said then when you started AMBA,
Mm-hmm.
you would have a time of the day perhaps where you would do mantra out amongst the fields, and I just wonder if you could share a little snippet of that.
I'd be happy to. When you practice with Vedic organic agriculture, part of the practice is every day there are particular sutras, and they're called richas in Sanskrit, that you play to your growing fields, that whose reverberations resonate with the stages of plant growth, 8 stages of plant growth, and you have all these different reverberations. And so every day I would play different recitations for hours to the different fields on the farm that would support the maximum growth and help develop all the vital fluids and structure that plants should be able to grow. But I also learned that there's this one verse that's from the Upanishads, that's a favorite verse, that if I sang it really kind of low and steady, when I was working like in a squash field or a field where there'd be a lot of bees and all sorts of different insects, and I didn't want to be stung, but there would be, you want them pollinating away. So I'll read the English of the verse, and then I'll read the Sanskrit of the verse, and I'll also show you. This is the Devanagari script that you would typically see for. That's how the Sanskrit's written, and that's how the Vedas are written. But this verse you use all the time, like before you would teach a lesson, you would use this verse before you have a meal. Let us be together, let us eat together, let us be vital together. Let us be radiating truth, radiating the light of life. Never shall we denounce anyone, never entertain negativity. It's all blessing. So this is what I would just say over and over again. I was never stung. And we just all worked together, busily taking care of things, but I was never stung. Sahanao avatu, sahanao bunaktu, saha viryam karavavahai, te jasvinav arhitam astu, ma vidvashavahai. Sahanao avatu, sahanao bunaktu, saha viryam karavavahai, te jasvinav adhitam astu, ma vidvashavahai. Over and over.
And never stung.
Never sung.
Experience and knowledge.
There you go.
Well, there you go. This,
Well, I just wish every one of you so well. It's such important work that you're doing. And we don't live in a linear world. And so you're teaching us that it's a multiverse, a universe and a multiverse.
well, I do hope that you will come back and we can talk more about the intricacies of the multiverse. And I wish you well in everything you're doing. And
Thank you.
you're very welcome. And for everybody who is in the Asheville, North Carolina area, Liz is there and she is starting to teach.
Yes.
And she has a course that is, a sample of it is being premiered on May 4th at the TM Center there in Asheville. So I'm going to put the contact information in the chat and you'll be able to contact Liz directly or reach out to the TM Center there. And what is the course again, Liz?
It's on the introduction to yogic journaling, combining knowledge and experience, of course, writing from within.
Right.
It's 8 lessons and you'll learn many life skills as especially in communication and many writing skills. We work with some very beautiful writers. I expect it to be a big plus for anyone who takes it.
There you have it, folks. So yogic writing, yogic journaling. I highly
Yogic journaling, yeah.
Journaling. I highly recommend it. So Liz, again, thank you very, very much. And we'll see you soon. And everybody in Regenera, hope that this was a fun conversation for you.
Thank you so much for having me, Mariette.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Wow.
Did you like it?
That was so deep. That hit home so directly. Mariette, so cool. I've been a bit on the edge, on the sidelines a little bit the last few days as I've been preparing for a big launch today. And but I've really appreciated your presence as you've been weaving in and out as an MC. I wanted to presence that, and then this share now and this conversation you just had with Liz, and having pre-recorded that and shared that now. That was so seamless and beautiful, and the great intellect of the universe. I took note of that Bucky and Maharishi convo. That was really cool to hear that story and for you to thread like this aspect in. I took a lot more notes too. I'm really glad that I was asked to really pay attention so I could outro you today.
Thank you. I'm definitely a deep geek, and it's funny because when we were doing this, and now when I was watching it in replay, I was actually thinking of you, and I was like, your work, it's the circles. Like, you absolutely tap into that, and all of a sudden, it was making even more sense. I want to do more of this. I want to bring in elders, especially elders who might not have gotten seen the way that they could have. Definitely stuff that maybe like we don't get to see the videos because maybe the quality's not so great. Thank you. Thanks to everybody. Thank you so much, Amanda. Yeah, thank you for the presencing.
I really want to meet Liz. I took some notes. I want to follow up with her because what she got to experience being around him as a young person makes me think of also what I had the opportunity to be around a great master and study with and work with all through my 20s, Ernst Fuchs. And he was a great mystic and an artist, and in his way, one of the founders. Alex Gray calls him one of the founders of godfathers of visionary art, in a contemporary sense. And this question, what can we do for our world family as like this rural root, is something that I sit with a lot, and evermore, the resounding sound of that. And that's my call to action, actually, for my students of regeneration, which we're going on this. We started today on a 6-week journey with the eclipse today. It's all very, very fitting. There's like 90 of us, I think, that are going on this journey together. And so, wow.
Wow.
Inspiration, knowledge and experience makes life fuller. Yes, it does. Fuller. Thank you,
Fuller.
Mary.
You're welcome. Thanks,
Oh,
everyone.
appreciate you. And very excited to welcome up the Grand Weavers, the Grand Weaver, Roxy, who has really been stewarding this massive vision tirelessly. I don't know. We're all in wonder, in great wonder, and really grateful, I think, for this archiving, you know, for this calling in of all the people and all their visions to share and to give them this platform, you know, for this to go into the chronicles of these times right now of Regenera. Oh, yay. I love that you have my painting behind you. Yes, calling it in. You are doing it big time. And so, you know, all of those that are stepping up to the plate and having this opportunity to share their visions and share their work, it helps us also reflect on our own work in a way for it being heard, and therefore amplifies it. And the ripples are grand, and we will never know their great extent. And so thank you. Thank you for the 10th day, you and everyone with you and all around you. Yes, fabulousness. Design Science Studio and Have Ritual and all the crew.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you so much for your eloquent reflections and integrations. I feel so seen in your eyes, and I'm so grateful. And for Mariette, for weaving so many different threads over the course of the last days and the entire cohort and into the future. Thank you for bringing that elder and for bringing those visions and for saying yes to that reminder, that calling to start to do that process again. And sorry for blurting out. I thought I was muted earlier, but it was super. I had one of those like moments because I realized that you and Julian were presenting really close to each other, and that was just by happen chance. And that was the first time I had seen your new the animation kind of in its final form. I think I don't know if I've seen it before.
Probably,
yeah. So it was just yet another collaboration that was born of the space, and then Stephanie too. The like today was all about interbeing and being sphere, and having the timing like really aligned for that. And Stephanie was here the other day with the soap bubbles, showing us, getting us out of the mothership and into the yard and blowing bubbles and shining lights and just kind of looking at the magic and wonder of this world. I mean, it's just been such an amazing day. We had, you know, because of Chris and like some timing things, we had Claire come in doing dynamic emergence at the tail end of their dynamic emergence in that conversation. I like feel like going back on the random show today, like what did we just do? We had a really cool art tour. We talked about La Tierra, which is wild to talk about. It's like, oh, this thing that we've been designing is like kind of happening, and it's crazy. And oh, Shelly Bliss's friend came and sang medicine songs to us just before we had that panel with some of the leading thinkers and domes in the world who are literally working on unboxing reality. our beloved Mela and Jenga came, who I think maybe is still here, and tuned in and gave us a download. Captain No Accounting. I courageously shared about the fundraiser again, which I'll continue to do. I just want to keep you all up here, if that's okay, just hang out with you. We had Morgan from GeoShip share, and that was also his first time sharing about GeoShip, like in their new initiative, in the new presentation, in public. And we also had, oh yeah. Well, I'm going backwards in the run of show. Oaken had wove this really incredible session that I think just ended. And before that, we had the medicinal mushroom session. Ed Lance, which I hope has come back in here. What's up, Atlantis? I hope his session went well. He had a whole keynote. And Alexander Alden did like a rewilding after Regenerative Design Systems Coupling workshop. I mean, the freaking wisdom in this space is bananas. This is one day of Jen's was this like friend of oh, thank you, my love. Matt brought me food. He taught me last year, whenever I was being very serious in the design science studio, that it was okay to stop and thank your partner for the snack, even if you're on the stream. I think it's true. Susan brought this amazing like Swiss XR augmented reality artist who is looking at the intersection of art and climate activism, and who else? Lena shared about their experience creating art with friends and all of the journeying that they've done after being at Arcosanti. And Shilpi debuted Pulse, which was incredible, from India. And Asha kicked us off on a whole download about harmonics in architecture after Kurt, like ground of the day and what is design science. That is what just happened today. One day. So wild. Oh, I'm so grateful. You know, we've been running this campaign during this entire summit, and we're at $1,190. And I feel so resourced, like spiritually. I know that we haven't yet made our $60,000 goal. We'll keep trying. We'll keep sharing. And if y'all can share it, be super helpful. But also like the affirmation, I think, for all of us, that like being in community and creative community together is so worth it. And like seeing the positive ripples into the world that our work together has created, and our dedication to what's possible. I mean, I have like Bliss over here. Can you turn your camera?
It is on.
No, how do we get you up here?
It's there. And I swear,
Can we add you?
I promise and promise him.
Yeah, there's Bliss. This woman has tirelessly, I don't know about tirelessly, we've both been kind of tired. Yeah, we're pretty tired. But here, let me make the mic not suck. Literally last night was like, wait, we gotta finish the schedule. But has just with so much care, like intending and weaving so many voices, people who would have not been able to us if it weren't for, you know, Bliss taking the reins. I had this vision yesterday when I was sharing USB speakerphone. Can you hear me? Is that working?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear Bliss now?
I'm here. I promise. I'm
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We have this really fancy conference microphone that I recently got
that we haven't used.
I had this vision of like holding a baby or being handed a baby in the middle of like a rushing stream and being like, I should not be holding this baby, and handing it to Bliss. And that was like the vision that I had, imagining the feeling of, there were like, if any of you caught Aliko, who gave the incredible talk that was about returning to our houses of magic and like the history of capitalism and kind of the stand for renewal and rest. And he threaded like 15 different creators and gave us this amazing email connecting us to all of these artists and activists, including Smiley. What was his first name? Jamar Smiley, and I mean Lux, Paish last night, Ariel. Anyways, it's like this feeling of being like, I cannot additionally hold all of these people, and just handing that to Bliss, and Bliss like tending carefully, reaching out to all of it. I mean, it's just amazing. It just is worth saying, like, this woman is incredible. And I just wanted to come up and thank everyone, because we're at the end of the 10th day in the new moon on an eclipse. It's also my wifey's birthday. Happy birthday, Alex.
And my mom's birthday.
And your mom's birthday.
I need to call her.
People are being born. It's great. And Amanda, your entire regeneration course for the next 6 weeks just started. I mean, what a day. And we still have, oh, and Alicia, yes, look at all these powerhouse lady, fem-bodied babes up in here. I'm just like, without this incredible like ecosystem of people working together, this would in no way have happened. I mean, we have at like 2 in the morning when Bliss and I are like, okay, the schedule's done. Jeet takes it and fills in everyone's bios and grabs everyone's information, and then people shared in the chat. We have this whole MC thread going on to make sure everyone is listened to, reflected on, introducing the next person. I don't know. I just want to just presence like the immense amount of care and work and love that has gone into tending and supporting and being here to cheerlead each other, to be like, what you're doing matters. And we're here to stand beside you and reflect that to you. And you've got this. It's just like, it's so beautiful. And you're right, Amanda, like we're creating like the amount of recorded content, the resource of like, and just the reflection of being able to see our and speak. Like, I don't know if anyone caught the voice activations with Marley, but like the power of speaking your truth and your desires and your intentions forward. I'm like with embedded in Amanda's painting here, forward into the world, and like the beauty and power that has of saying like, this is what we are making a stand for collectively. And our unique and diverse approaches matter. And we are here together to say your voice matters, your perspective matters. That's what the day is all about, right? The interbeing sphere, it emerged because there's all this being sphere stuff. It's also play on being here, but it's about spherical thinking and being and presence and humans being. But then interbeing, which is like interdependence, and Thich Nhat Hanh recently transitioned, love you, and like looking at how everything is intricately connected to everything else, and it's such a vital force of just seeing that we are a system. It is a nonlinear dynamic like structure. And together we are here, we are sphere, and we are interbeing, and under the dome with all these domies, but also like in our minds and in our collective body as the earth. Anyways, sort of rambling, but I just feel very grateful, and I just wanted to say thank you and celebrate that we have, we're entering the end of our 10th day, and we have one more day tomorrow, and we have music for tonight, which we're also super excited about. Toby is back, and yeah, I just want to open the floor up before he begins playing for anyone else to share their voices, their love, their reflections, anything that's kind of staying with them now. And then let's give ourselves the gift of this music to integrate this beautiful, beautiful experience of being together and for Regenaissance rising.
Roxy, speaking of babies and handing them off, if you can see my image, this is baby Louise that was born 2 nights ago during our session. This is my niece.
Welcome.
Baby Louise, who's named after her great-grandmother, who's since passed. Beautiful, huh? Thank you all for just being you guys. This is so much fun. So here I am again.
Mark, the hostess with the mostest.
I'm usually the guy behind the curtain. What happened? Where was everybody?
Your floating head has been creeping me out in the best way.
I tried to stop doing that.
It was so good.
I woke up one morning and I just about lost it when I saw Oaken's message and he was like, if you don't mind not tilting your head back so that your nostrils turn blue. I was laughing till I was in tears that morning. It was hysterical. I mean, it was amazing. It was really funny.
That's hilarious. I totally missed that. I'm glad you brought that up.
Here, I'll give it one more shot.
Yeah.
Here it comes. You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Hang on. Let's see
Claire,
what's-
Claire has been super contributor. Look at Claire, the best.
Yes, Claire's good.
Hello.
Where's my-
Bring you up.
I have so much gratitude. You've all been really beautifully welcoming to me. You know, Mark, that's really that's reminds me of Alien. But it's coming out of your
Dynamic
head.
emergence, Claire.
Oh my God, I don't think I can use the term anymore without seeing that image. No, but seriously, I do want to say thank you. You've been extremely generous, and I really appreciate the kindness that I've witnessed and that I've experienced here. And it's as someone who's getting older, it's so important to be able to give what we have to give, you know, because it has to move forwards. So
You have so much to give, Claire. Wow. You're singing and downloads and weaving and just kind of reflecting in the most genuine and beautiful way.
thank you.
Wait till you
Thank
see
you.
the video that she pulled together with, she put out a call.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she put
But
out-
we have to start the musical.
yeah. No, not tonight. That's for
Why
tomorrow.
not? I mean,
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Although we don't know if all the artists are here.
Yeah, we were kind of hoping we'd be able to share that tomorrow. But
I give over to Roxy's intuitive wisdom.
I mean, it's up to Rocker T. Like, he decides if he's ready to play or if where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Dobie, Edie.
Claire, you're getting some love in the chat.
Hang on, I'm just getting the link in case we're going to do this.
What
am I choosing?
Well, we have this amazing video.
Namaste, salam everyone, big up.
Hi.
Yeah.
We were trying to decide if we should watch this little video that Claire made real quick before you perform. Up to you.
Well, I made it.
Go right ahead. Yeah, let's watch it.
Contributions of a load of about 6 different artists.
I'll play as long as you want me to play too. So just let's watch it. That's fine.
Yeah. Amazing.
I love
Yeah.
And Rocker T, I have a question.
Okay.
Is any of your music copywritten or can we stream it? What do you think?
Yeah. I have a lot of control over a bunch of it, like 100% control of it. So we can totally use a bunch of my catalog. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I wasn't sure because we're streaming if we should turn off the stream or not.
Oh no. Yeah, that's all good. It's all
won't freak
good.
out?
This
Okay.
this is all my music, and it's totally cool.
Amazing. Well, here's Claire. Do you want to intro this video? Maybe we'll watch it again tomorrow. By the way, if you're a Design Science Studio Revolutionary, we're going to do a graduation ceremony tomorrow. We're still deciding what that means and looks like.
Congratulations to you all, by the way. Yeah.
We'll decide at like 4 a.m.
Yeah, we'll decide at 4 a.m. It'll be perfect.
Excellent.
You'll have lots of notice.
10-minute notice and go.
And go. I think what I keep imagining, maybe y'all can help me brainstorm, is that like it's like everyone has 30 seconds and they respond to some kind of prompt, but it's like one after the other, and it's like smooth, you know what I mean? And it's like this like declaration. I feel like that's it, but I don't know what the question is.
Oh, that sounds like a massive beamcast to me.
Right?
Ooh, yeah.
So anyways, let's ponder the question while we watch this. Claire, what's the intro to this video? What's it all about?
The intro is that this piece was actually created, originally it was called I Can, and it was created for a project that a friend of mine was doing who was recovering from cancer. And he decided to ask 72 artists to contribute a piece of work based on a poem. And he was going to turn it into an ebook, a digital book for people either recovering from cancer or experiencing cancer or dying from cancer.
And that hasn't happened yet. He's still searching for funding. But in the meantime, I just spontaneously, serendipitously came across this spoken word piece, which I did about 3 years ago. And I just put a shout out to everyone. I said, hey, does anyone want to put some images to this? And whatever it was that I was sharing at the time, because it was so many days ago, right? They did. And so that all the artists that have contributed are named at the end. Mark is one of them. And Alicia, you're one of them. And then there's about 5 other people. And I should add, one of the most beautiful things is somebody's grandmother's art is in here. So it's intergenerational.
Wow.
And so I renamed it for as it is in this kind of form. It's now called We Can, Many Become One. And yeah, it's from our hearts to all of yours. That's the intro.
Amazing. And so this is your spoken word with some of the art of the Design Sense Studio and
exactly. Yeah.
Operators here.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, let's do it. Although, will you pin Claire or unpin everyone but Claire so Claire's face stays up?
Oh, I'm eating, so I don't mind.
Oh, never mind. I'm also eating, so it's going to be great. Everyone have a snack, take a load off, and enjoy.
When you were born, the angels sang. Creation celebrated. And you are here. You are here now. You are beauty personified. Never doubt what you're capable of. Go into your heart. Go into your heart and communicate your feelings to all those that you love. Celebrate your feelings. In all of their glory. Celebrate yourself. Now, celebrate yourself right now. You are a gift. You are a gift from creation to creation in all its forms. And here you are, beauty personified, just as you are. You are so capable. essence of your spirit. Let it soar. Let it soar. No more shame. No more grief. No more fear. And no more apology. You are so bright. You are so bright. Shine brightly. Be proud of all that you have given and celebrate your gifts in both directions. You are not small. You are existence. Celebrate your life. Celebrate you. You are one with your Maker, with the universe, never separated and never alone. Trust yourself. You're amazing and you're unique. There is just one you, as you are, uniquely perfect, a gift to us. Thank you. Be uniquely you. Be the love that lies in your heart. Be the power that fills you. Let the candle of your heart shine forth and illuminate the way for all of us in grace. Rest when you must rest. Anger when you must anger. But be at peace in the center of the storm. Love yourself to the end of this suffering. Every moment ends. The tale of a story. But the ending of each moment is simply the beginning of the next. And you are ever present in that story, no matter what. You are ever present in that story, because that story is you, and you are the universe. Treasure yourself the way you would if you had the universe placed in the palm of your hand, and it was yours to protect and to love. is how much love you are capable of. That is how much compassion and courage and fortitude you are capable of. You can celebrate your life, your loves, even your sadness. You can. You are in charge of what happens next inside of you, inside of your feeling self, inside of your perceptions. There is nothing that has power over you. Your mind is yours, and your heart belongs to the universe. Thank you for your generosity and the unique ways that you share that special, bright, powerful, loving heart. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being you. You are so loved. You are so loved. I celebrate you.
Celebrate your life. Celebrate your life. Celebrate your life.
Thank you. Yeah,
There's so much room to doubt ourselves. But there is something so solid that holds us. And I think that, for me at least, that's the journey, is letting that be true, letting the love be true. And just staying true to ourselves, because I think that's when the love can really reach us. And this interweaving that's happening here, that's been happening for a while, I know. I think that's a celebration. That is the celebration. And we can't be attached to outcomes, I know that, but we can stay in the center of it, in the center of it all, in the center of our hearts, in the center of each other as a collective. That resilience. And we have our ancestors who know everything. And the new ones, Mark. That image, one of your images that had the baby in it, like seeing that today, I was suddenly like, oh my God, the timing. There he is, she. So thank you for receiving me, and thank you for joining in and contributing your extraordinary art. That comes to each of us in our own unique ways. It's so miraculous.
I think the silence says it all, Claire.
Mm.
Yeah.
I think we just want to belong, right? Without fighting for it. And we do. Belonging. Oh, that book. I have that book. She's traveled.
I never noticed that the subtext was remembering ourselves home. That was my like great revelation that I had in that one journey I was talking about the other day. Thank you.
Did you hold up the author's name?
Oh, yes, yes.
That would be good.
Nicole Turner. I don't know if you can see it.
Yes, perfect. I feel quite relaxed after watching that.
I think you really, for me, you really bring it home at the end when you then go into like the dust can't celebrate your life. That's when for me it's like, ugh, and like the tears well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It all simplifies then, doesn't it? Even the images, it's just more singular, focused.
And thank you to all the artists from the Vision Train and from the studio who contributed.
Absolutely.
And thank you, Claire, for your music and your channeling and for making this piece of emergent art in the middle of this summit.
Yeah, it just popped in that was like, oh, this is a no-brainer. I wonder if people are up for it. And they were. You were. Yes, Amanda. Beautiful to see the weaves.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Melody, is the sun rising?
And the birds are singing.
Oh, Melody, I've just recognized you.
She stayed up with us again all night.
Oh. And Melody, wasn't it your grandmother?
Yes.
Yes, tell us about her.
It's really like the anniversary in 1 week. And it's really like wonderful connection that Claire celebrate the life and celebrate the all connections that is really coming through us. And thank you for this wonderful creation and dynamic emergence. Totally. And like, it's really like, I just want to show, if I can. Okay, maybe later. It's there is a book, and the book called the songs from the nature, and she drew these pictures, these colors, and Claire chose them. So I'm really appreciated with really joining all these ancestral knowledge and within this wonderful sound. Thank you.
Well, I just love that connection between you and her, that she was able to come in and be part of it across the generations, across the dimensions.
And with the wonderful vibrations.
Mm-hmm. And Roxy, I am so blown away by the I don't even know what to call it. Project doesn't do it justice. Your vision, your and Nico's vision. How inclusive it is, how thoughtful it is, how visionary it is, and how practical it is. Pragmatical.
It emerged.
Mm.
It was do you know the origin stories? Origin story?
Let me try to, I was trying to reconnect the speaker with Bliss so Bliss can say words. The origin story, I mean, the one that I remember at least. There's many things that contributed to this from the sands of time and all of our lives, but Amanda Joy and I, Amanda Joy Ravenhill, when I moved to the Bay Area, she was the first person that I was introduced to who, in my words at the time, where are my people who give a fuck about the future of the planet? I was like, where are they? Where are they at? Because I had moved from Tennessee and then to Colorado and then to California, and I studied art and I also studied sustainability, and I turned down I deferred a graduate program that was focused on, it was a data visualization and interactive installation with an interdisciplinary approach, and I found the program, got into it, turned it down, decided to go do that in the world. Also had read this book called Awakening Intuition, which was about following your dreams. Had a dream, really guided me. So then I ended up out here, and I was working, there's a bunch of amazing things were happening, but the short story is, at the time I was working at the Burning Man organization, and my mentor, Rosie Leela, when I was just like standing, I was like, oh, I gotta find the people. I gotta find the others. She's like, oh, they're right there. Like, they was just like on Mondays, they have food and everyone comes. So then Amanda and I met, and then we created a haunted house together called Ghosts of the Future. It was an immersive haunted house about our foreseeable future if things didn't change. I mean, full on with like strobes and like people jumping out, and the different rooms were like underwater cities and biodiversity loss. And then there was like an entire, it was around Halloween, there was an entire area where I went to Japantown, got all these old newspapers, painted them white, cut them into tombstones, and people would write like their eulogy, like what did I do to help, you know? And there was a whole solutions room, and the room was not big enough. Like the whole thing was designed too much around fear. But in my, my own perception afterwards, I was like, ooh, that's like maybe not the angle I'm trying to take. But it was really powerful. It was still extremely powerful. It went really well. Like a lot of people went. It was a powerful experience. But then we were like, all right, how do we keep creating? So I was doing design work with them, and then with Project Drawdown, and once she started working with BFI, I was doing a ton of other things, but we just kept coming back. And then after 15 years for me of being on this mission, my mission, which is like became clear when I was 20. So I guess 14 years in a few months. Am I 34? I don't know how old I am. What year? 88? How old am I? 33. I'm 33. Sorry, I just forgot how old I was. My personal mission is to harness the power of art and experience to catalyze social and systemic change, to merge disciplines and help people learn together through transdisciplinary collaborations for the regeneration of our planet and our culture. And that's been my mission for a very long time. It became very clear a long time ago. And I got to this point where I realized like artists and designers were not, as an artist, like people were not being resourced. Like the culture had shifted. This whole starving artist thing was whack. Like people, a lot of the hyper intellectual artists were not resourced, given the space, time, mentorship, support to be able to go deep, because it's a privilege. It's a privilege to get to like geek out like this and like go deep, and then create the needed work across mediums and time and space to support what comes through, to really be grounded and scaffolded, and also to feel less alone. And so I was like, Amanda, I feel like we should do a little experiment. Let's try to create a little incubator that then has a submersive installation. We can activate, do all this stuff. And then the pandemic hit. And we had been developing this program with Faith as well for like a few months. And then we decided, let's just put it out there. Let's just put it out there and see what happens. And hundreds of people applied. It wasn't like 100, it wasn't like 50, it was like over 300 people. We were like, that's a lot of people. Like we were not expecting anywhere near that many people. And then I'm trying to figure out how to talk about it. And I'm like, Nico somehow runs into me online, and I'm trying to talk about it. And he's like, I'm in, what do you need? And I'm like, I don't know, a deck? Like, I don't know how to make a deck really. And so he like helped me make a deck. And then he was just like by my side for 18 hours a day for a year. Poor thing. I'm tired now. It's okay. But yeah, so then we decided, it was a reminder from Seth Bunting, the Dunbar's number, like the maximum sort of quality relationships that like you could sort of have. So we were like, all right, 12 by 12, small pods, big group, not too big. Let's see how far we can stretch, but still hold the integrity of the space. And that first year we gave scholarships to like 75% of everyone. And the like highest membership was like $50. And it was basically habitual hustling like bananas on the side, just doing side projects and paying for the thing. Basically me and Nico, once he joined the team. And then we did the thing. And then Mansour, who came earlier, came in and supported the Living Systems Collaboratory. And, we did these events, which events help, it brings in a little bit of money. And the memberships helped, but it was not sustainable. So anyways, year 2, here we are. We did it. We charged a little more. I really don't want to have to charge the artists though. I really want to pay them. I want to pay us. Like I want everyone to be paid to focus on this, not to be paying. So anyways, that's my dream. But that's sort of where it came from. It was like just this witnessing after so many years that there's this privilege of the space. and like the belonging that you were just talking about, and this, you know, like the incubator, I think instead of an accelerator, like we could do an accelerator additionally, but the safe, like I keep thinking of like the nest. I'm looking at you, Mariette, for some reason. It like reminds me of like these little like zones that you make. But you know, it's like, what kind of safety container do we create to like invite everyone in to feel like this is a safe space for them to be exactly who they are, in exactly the place they are, exactly the skills they have, and like learn and unlearn together. You know, it's so beautiful. And I care about it more than almost anything. I really believe in what we're doing. And I believe in the team and all the artists and the community. It's amazing. Yeah, we're living it. Here we are in Regenera.
Story living at its finest.
On the train.
On the train.
It's happening. It is so happening. It's so great to hear that story. I haven't heard some of those details before. And, you know, each angle and new opportunity that we have to tell the story, it comes out in a little bit of a different way, and other ears get to hear it. And it's just so affirming, you know, to find the others. I'm so glad that, yeah, we found our way here, all of us, everybody that's tuning into this. And it's something that we all asked for at some point, you know, and that magnetized us to this moment. And that's going to keep happening, you know, and you all creating this framework and, you know, building all the back end stuff and all the training that we're going through. We're all upgrading our skills in a big way and inviting others to do the same, you know, and that's really what it's about. And it's about the journey. We're on this journey, you know, it's not about this some distant utopic destination. Really isn't. It's here now. We're in it. Yeah, big, so cool. Thank you, Nico. Thank you, Roxy. Thank you, Bliss. Thank you, everyone, all of you, really. Thank you for the vision and not giving up on it, you know? That's the big part. I definitely experience moments where, you know, it gets cloudy. I mean, I'm sure we all do in moments. We go there because we're human and we get pulled by the forces, you know, but it's finding more ways to resource and regenerate. And we need our reminders. So, you know, Claire, man, you are a reminder. Feel like having, you know, wow, we all have like the different roles that we play and that we can channel. And it's like, ding, 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 that bell, that train whistle. That's what the train whistle is for me, is a big reminder. You ever hear trains like, oh, there it is. I'm on it. Wait for me. No, I'm on it.
And Claire's leading a community too. We got three train cars right now. We got the GRC and Dynamic Emergence crew. Y'all know about the Global Regeneration Collab? They're awesome. They're like 500, 600, 700, 800. I don't know how many people anymore, but it's all these people who are working in regeneration around the world. And I met, I don't know what I just forgot his name. Anyways, homeboy, whenever he started it. What's David?
Dave
No,
Whitstall?
no, the other one.
I don't know, Mark, do you know?
I can tell you if I look on Slack, good old Slack. Anyways, at the beginning of the pandemic when they started kicking it off, and yeah, it's people. Yeah, Hodgkins, exactly, totally. And I'll say that it's a huge group of people who are working in regeneration, like a lot of professionals. And then there's also GRC Arts. And Claire's been holding it down for GRC Arts, Global Regeneration Collab Art.
Thank you, Roxy, for mentioning that. And I actually have someone in my mind. I'm wondering if you've met yet, you and Nico, because I met him through GRC. He's a young guy. He's just moved with his 2 young kids and his wife to Costa Rica, and he's living on someone else's land in a collaborative exploration to actually create a sustainable living environment. So his name's Joshua, or Josh. And if you haven't met yet, it makes sense to me to do an introduction between you if you'd like. Okay. I will do that.
Amazing.
It makes me think of Stephen Brooks too in Costa Rica. Do we have Stephen Brooks on Regenera? I'll try to get him to come tomorrow. I
We'll get
wonder.
him to come tomorrow. He came to the Regenaissance and gave a talk.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Costa-
Alexa might come tomorrow.
Nice.
His-
Ecoversity.
Yeah. She had a concussion. So she wants to come and talk about her concussion and how it helped her slow down. Yeah.
Is Jurgis coming tomorrow?
Yes. Can we talk about y'all? Okay, so far tomorrow, in addition to all these awesome people, so we have Amanda Gregory opening us up, and then the Empress guiding us through the Ubuntu sphere. We have Jurgis, and then Atosa Sultani, which if y'all don't know who Atosa is, founder of Amazon Watch and like amazing protector of indigenous sacred waters in Headland. Mariette and I have been slowly tinkering away at this talk called Art That Changes History that Nico and I began a long time ago, and that I worked on a lot with different, like a few different art historian professors and collaborators and stuff, just like over the last few years. Graduation ceremony, a big old day. Amanda's, it's also Beltane, and there's a whole ecstatic dance thing that we're going to do. We're going to tune in somehow to what's happening live from the train station where Amanda Sage is.
It's from Sanctuary Somatics, South Main Gunnison. It's Architecture of Remembrance. We're committed to the 8 Holy Fire Days this year. So every, equinox and solstice and the ones in between. So every 44 days, we're having a fire and a celebration. And this is Beltane tomorrow. So we have an ecstatic dance, and we'll see if we can plug that, like connect you all with that.
Speaking of dance, anyone else have anything to share before we get into the wiggle?
I'm ready for the rocker tea vibes.
Patricia,
Anybody else out there ready for rocker tea vibes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Bean's ready to jump on that flute collab, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. Awesome.
Patricia, hi. I'm sad I missed your talk the other day. I have your book next to me.
Oh, how nice. I've been popping in and out every chance I get for the last several days, and I have been mesmerized and inspired, and I'm so excited to be here. I thank Stephanie for bringing me in, but you really moved me in talking about the financial aspects of trying to do what you do, and at the same time promoting these artists who are giving up probably much more income potential to do this work, and then also trying to get them to also fund to make it happen. And back when I was your age, there were these things called Pew grants, and there was the National Foundation for the Arts, where an artist could apply and get scholarship to do what they're doing. And so I was thinking over dinner, what could you do? And I'm wondering if you've considered looking into any kind of corporate sponsorships, like Salesforce, for example, has a huge sustainability program. And a friend of mine actually is the VP of some of it. And they're doing, I don't know if you've heard of Sea Trees, where they're rebuilding the decimated kelp forests of Northern California. You know, the kelp forest died because I can't remember, somebody ate all some animal ate, I can't remember what it was, but the otters ate all the abalone, and then the abalone was what supported the kelp, and so everything just died off, and now they're replanting it all, and Salesforce is actually funding that effort. So maybe somebody like Salesforce or another big corporation who wants to look good in the world could, give you guys a big chunk of money so you could have the support you need to make this happen. Anyway, just a thought, and I would be happy to help you kind of at least hook you up with the right, with a couple people that I know who could maybe help. I don't know.
That would be amazing. Yeah, that's like institutional level partnership, I think would be huge. And could float us, it wouldn't be that, it's a drop in the bucket to some people, and the amount of good that it does is insane.
Mhm.
So that would be incredible. Yay.
And they could have bragging rights too, they could say, we support this initiative, this wonderful project, so they win as well. All right. Well, I'd love to join your design studio in some way. I mean, I'm not a visual artist yet. I mean, I've kind of done some painting in the past, and I'm so inspired now to go turn my ideas that I've only just written to try to bring them to life in other ways as well, and maybe to write another book that does a better job of sort of encapsulating and creating like a handbook or a guide to life in sort of Bucky's style of thinking. So I'm you guys have been a great muse for me all week long.
You to be in the Design Side Studio. The next cohort starts in September. Yeah.
I'll be there.
Yay!
I'll be there for sure.
Yeah.
If you'll have me,
Of course, come on in.
You're the same age as my daughter.
Speaking of which,
So,
my
yeah.
mom just put in the chat. Both my sister and my mom are here. My mom's one of the artists. My sister was one of the artists last cohort too. And my mom said this yesterday, and I think Mark wanted to read it out loud but didn't have time. I will cry probably, but I'll try not to. She says, I'm a poet. Liv shared in a session yesterday. It was like a why does this matter to you? And my mom was like, it helped give me purpose again. Like, I'm like, you're my mom. Like, she's an amazing poet and just so incredible. And yeah, my sister Miriam, she's an incredible graphic designer, also has this vision called Sano, but all of the social media stuff and all of the beautiful cards and almost all the little care every day, the little details, she's been helping make all that happen. Yeah.
I gotta say, because what a lot of people haven't seen are the back channels that made this happen, and somehow I ended up in all of them.
You want to see this?
Oh,
and I was just in awe of what was going on, and the fact that everybody rose to the occasion to do what was missing, what was needed to be done. And that's what this is all about, isn't it? It's about stepping up and recognizing I'm here to take this because nobody else is. And it was just magical. It was just chaotic, and it was beautiful, and it was noisy, and then it was quiet, and then it's just like all over the place. But and I even saw Patricia. I saw while something was happening, you were chatting up, I'm moving to Costa Rica. I'm going down to be with
did I? Oh, my chat. Yeah. So I love the town of Montezuma. My daughter I have 3 daughters, and my youngest did a semester in Costa Rica, and we had this tradition in our family that we always went and picked her up on her last day of school. So we all went down to Costa Rica and spent a week and a half in Montezuma with the monkeys, the white-faced monkeys, the howler monkeys. We were out in this magical, magical place. And I've also always said, boy, I love the idea of Burning Man, but I hate the desert. I don't like dust. I said, why isn't there a floating woman, where everybody's on a beautiful lake or something in a jungle? So when they started describing what they were doing, I was like, oh my God, it combined all the things that I love. And my oldest daughter is the founder of Hip Camp, which is the world's largest booking agent for outdoor stays. And I'm thinking, oh my God, if they would offer camping there, then she could help publicize it. And maybe they start with camping and then build up from there, because camping requires very little capital investment, right? You put up some canvas tents, and so it just felt like, and then so I was thinking, oh my God, everything in my life is all coming together. I'm working on community gardens, my book, my daughter's business, everything is all coming together as one. And then that woman started talking about how when you're in line with the universe, everything starts coming together. And I was really blown away. I was in tears for a while. I'm okay now. A hip camp village, yes.
Nico, you've been so quiet this whole time. I keep wondering, where's Nico? Where's Nico? Hi, my friend.
Thank you, Patricia. Yeah, Nico, share your voice.
He's got no voice.
Hi. Yeah, it's also because we're in the same room. If I unmute, then chaos unfolds. Yeah. But I am here. Yes. It's been a good day.
Your idea from Costa Rica sounds fabulous. I want to support it in any way I can.
It feels very important that that people like you are exposed to this and give us feedback. And it's really, I think we're really willing to build something that is going to be special for a lot of people. And this is, this is what we want. We want people to get as passionate about it as we are, and just help us build, because it needs to exist. That is our conviction. It's like design science studio. It's something that needs to exist. And so we just need to find a way to make it happen.
And Burning Man should not be 1 week a year. There should be that's
the whole point.
Community should be a permanent part of our planet for sure. So I think you're on a beautiful path.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're just like channeling things. It's her, not ours.
Mm-hmm.
Dance, shall we?
Yeah.
Rocker T.
Party's not over. We still got a whole nother day.
Oh wait, I can't turn it up because my team stopped working. There we go. What'd you say, Mark?
I said this isn't over. We got a whole nother day.
I know, and we got to dance.
We gotta move.
Rocker T, you ready?
So ready to wow.
Enjoy, everybody. You deserve it. You deserve it.
Namaste, namaskar, fam. Bless up. Good to see everyone. Big ups to Cannon bringing me here. Cannon brought me here the first time. Big ups to everyone I know and everyone I never met before. Bless up. Big up Roxy. Big up Alicia. Big up Amanda. Yes, Cannon. Big up Nico. Big up Dean. Big up Mark. Big up Claire, Melody, Bliss. Wow. Everyone who's fully lit up in here. Big up Harlan. Long time I don't see you, Harlan. Now respect and love to each and every one. Full power. Namaste. Namaskar. Om Shanti Shalom Salam. Om Shri Ma Adi Parashakti Ki. Har Har Gange. Har Har Mahadev. Jai Bholenath. Sabke Saath. Allah. Rastafari, rise up in this time. Open your heart, your soul and your mind. Rastafari, stand up in this time. Clean up your hands, your heart and your mind. Wanna tell you I'm a orthodox Rastaman, and me no care who nobody says what I am. My blood already is one love in a jalana. In a my father house is many mansions, 72 nations. I listen, lassie, conquer each and every one. You could read it in your book of St. John Revelation. Once as a lamb, once as a lion, and so things go on. So where them a go do when Jaja come? The third time run. We living in a Armageddon. It's only God man and God woman. Yes, Jaja have a plan to transport we into Zion. Yes, each and every one who overstand. Yes, man, ya coulda Nubian, Arabian, Indian, Asian. Yes, man, ya coulda Caucasian. Is all your program, your mind and your intention to make creator know you is a one. And I tell you I'm a orthodox ganja man, and me no care who nobody says what I am. My blood already is one love in a jalana. In a my father house is many mansions, 72 nation. Rastafari, rise up in this time. Open your heart, your soul and your mind. Rastafari, stand up in this time. Clean up your hands, your heart and your mind. But there is a white man, he's sitting down in a Vatican. He's married to the Queen of England. Two of them have a son. Them hide away in a them Pentagon to manifest the works of Satan. But them organize the eagle and the bear and conjure up the dragon to sodomize the population. I listen, lassie, stand up as a Zion, iron conquering lion, to show them say your government a come. I listen, lassie, conquer each and every one. You could read it in your book of St. John Revelation. Once as a lamb, once as a lion, and so things go on. So where them a go do when Jaja come here? So fi tell you I'm a orthodox ganja man, and me no care who nobody says what I am. My blood already is one love in a jalana. In a my father house is many mansions, 72 nation. Rastafari, rise up in this time. Open your heart, your soul and your mind. Rastafari, stand up in this time. Clean up your hands, your heart and your mind. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. La la na 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 na. Na 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 na. Stopwatch selection. na na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I am so militant and real, just to the love and the energy me feel. And I come fi harm ya, I come fi heal. Hungry ghetto youths them searching for a meal. Got to represent with my lyrical steel. Buckle on me catalash and fi me shield. One leg up to a peggle on a wheel. A top of the food right on the battlefield. Meds and revealer. We fly the red, gold and green, that are we banner. How we no confess that no drama with no mama. And as a Rastaya fi boom the marijuana. That's why me can't and police are informer. Aya we can, aya we go, aya we ban ya. That's how we see them out the window pan the corner. And them a mess with brother Fred and sister Lana. And them a trouble Papa, Baba, Mama Tanya. I'm talking about wickedness, one them a too sharp man, but the roots man I shall be. With a militant, living a militant, giving a militant love so free. And that imminent style, permanent smile, trouble don't trouble me. I move to the rhythm, I step to the beat and elevate mentally, so I can bring that musical vibe. Keep on singing my melody and spread a whole lot of love in the community. Yes, I tell a man once, I tell a man twice, I tell a man already. You got to live the life you love the life you live. I am so militant and real, just to the love and the energy me feel. And I come fi harm ya, I come fi heal. Hungry ghetto youths them searching for a meal. Got to represent with my lyrical steel. Buckle on me catalash and fi me shield. One leg up to a peggle on a wheel. A top of the food right on the battlefield. Meds and revealer. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. the red, gold and green that are we banner. We no comfy start no drama, we no mama. As a ras we have to boom the marijuana. That's why we can't turn police or informer. Aya we turn, aya we go, aya we banya. So we see them out the window by the corner. Them a mess with brother Fred and sister Lana. And them a trouble Papa Baba man at all. I am so militant and real, just to the love and the energy me feel. I come for harm ya, I come for heal. Hungry ghetto youths them searching for your meal. Got to represent with my lyrical steel. Buckle me catalash and for me shield. One leg up, chew a peggle on a wheel. Hot a pot of food ripe on the battlefield. Meds and revealer. Now we studying the words of the Baba. And as a man I have to go on levels harder. Cause all the money and the bling is not my God, yeah. I have to cross over them wicked dirty border. Got you them messing with the food and with the water. Trying to poison all the sons and all the daughter. We better do the things we gotta cause we oughta. Proclaim the truth is from the root and that's a brata. I'm traveling over the world, I'm looking at everything I see. And it's most evident to me that love is in the majority. But a couple of wickedest ones, them jump up regularly. And they mess up the vibe and mess up the flow and mess up the harmony. So metaphysically, we got to learn to be free. So we can keep on keeping on moving and growing and living so happily. Cause I don't believe in a world that's permanently in slavery. We got to love the life we live the life we love. We are so militant and real. Just to the love and the energy we feel. We come for harm, yeah, we come for heal. Hungry ghetto youths, them searching for your meal. Got to represent with a lyrical steel. Bacala the cutalash and for the shield. One leg up, chew a peggle on a wheel. Hot a pot of food ripe on the battlefield. Meds and real, I get so militant and real. Just to the love and the energy me feel. And I come for harm, yeah, I come for heal. Hungry ghetto youths, them searching for your meal. Got to represent with my lyrical steel. Buckle me catalash and for me shield. One leg up, chew a peggle on a wheel. Hot a pot of food ripe on the battlefield. Meds and revealer. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Yeah, 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 yeah. Na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Once more, once more, once more. Man about from the ceiling to the wall, to the window, to the floor, and right out the door. Once more, once more, once more. Man about for the ghetto, for the safari, man about for the poor. I don't wanna shut my brother down, I don't wanna see my mama frown. Pan the block up your worry and fret. I saw me cry out a life over death. I don't wanna hear my mama cry, and I don't wanna see my brother die. Pan the block up your worry and fret. So me cry out a life over death. You know, see, say life hard, but we're keeping it sweet. Got to level the vibes up and down on the street. The music a beat, black party a keep. Some idiot boy want some shot for release. We stop them and settle them, tell them fi cease, tell them fi cool, tell them fi peace. We no want no blood spill, we no want side police. A school a little boy a who bring on the beast. I don't wanna shut my brother down, I don't wanna see my mama frown. Pan the block up you worry and fret. I saw me cry out a life over death. I don't wanna hear my mama cry, and I don't wanna see my brother die. Pan the block up your worry and fret. So me cry out a life over death. Fools say in their hearts that there is no love, so why should I show love? But if you show it not love, well then you know it not love. And if you know it not love, then you know it not Jah. That's why fools say in their hearts that there is no Jah, so why should I hail Jah? But you know, see, say Bingy hail Rastafari from birth, and I protect and I defend Mama Earth. You know, see, say life go on with all the up and the down, all the up and around. It's still a go on, it's still a go long, it's more life to live on. So I prove to a man a certain vibes me depend. You see me a tan in the ghetto so long. I support the weak, help them to be strong. I support the street, me not trust Babylon. Let go me hands, stop pressure, I man. I don't wanna shut my brother down, I don't wanna see my mama frown. Pan the block up your worry and fret. I saw me cry out a life over death. I don't wanna hear my mama cry, and I don't wanna see my brother die. Pan the block up your worry and fret. So me cry out a life over death. Once more, once more, once more. Man a ball from the ceiling to the wall, to the window, to the floor, and right out the door. Once more, once more, once more. Man a ball for the ghetto, for the safari, man a ball for the poor. Hear the sick, and shelter the homeless, care for the elderly, protect Mama Earth. Blessed Passover, blessed Easter, blessed Ramadan, blessed everything to everyone. peace and more love, more harmony, more enlightenment, more upliftment, more power, more joy, more happiness, more fun, more embracing of the fullness, more comprehension, more connection, more forward, more manifestation, manifestation of the beauty-filled creation. Yes, I. Ching ding digga digga ding ding digga digga ding ding ding. Well, yes, Rakati, you know fit chant and sing. Anytime you come a dance, them a go crown you a king. For the queens and kings, we bring in everything. It is love hunting for the queens and king. It is love hunting for the queens and king. For the devils and the babas and all exciting. Anytime we come a dance, all we is motivated. On the music machine, you know me steady playing. On the microphone, you know me steady singing. And anytime me come a dance, it just a joy me a bring. And a blissful whole type of thing. Ring digga digga ding 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 ding. Ring digga digga ding ding digga digga ding ding ding. Ring the bell and then you chant and you sing. Ring digga digga ding ding. Ring digga digga ding ding ding. You ring the bell and then you chant and you. I tell it to your baby, tell it to your friend, I tell it to your sister, I tell it to your brethren. Run go round the bend and tell it to all of them. Music is life and music is force and love comes once again and again and again and again and again and again. Love is the key, love is the answer. Be a singer, be a poet, be an artist, be a dancer. हर हर गंगे हर हर महादेव जय श्री मां आदि पराशक्ति की जय बोले शिव शंकर गंगाधर नटराज नीलकंठ महादेव के Giving thanks Mother Divine, giving thanks Father Divine, giving thanks and praise to the Most High Jah Rastafari. Om Namah Shivaya. Alok. Bam bam. I gotta big up Cannon for bringing me here. Since I've been a part of this, I've shared a lot of music, I've met a lot of wonderful people. I feel very blessed to be a part of this community, in this world that we live in this incredible time to be alive. So thanks filled. We are beauty filled. I'm still at 1.5. I'm still at 1.5 collages. The second collage is still at half, 50%. But y'all are so inspiring. Enough respect. Big up brothers, big up sisters, big up family. Wow. Incredibles. Incredibles. We are fantastical. We are community and unity and unity and love. I like to say things like smoke out the robot. I like to say things like rave on the world. I like to say things like let's make this world a better place together. Yes, fam. Love y'all so much. Thank you very much for giving I this platform and for letting I be a part of this wonderful train. This was a good one. This was a good one from the other session. We're going to do this one again. Big ups, family. Yeah, 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 yeah. Na, 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 na. Yeah, 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 yeah. I and I so thankful and joyful. I and I so thankful to I and I mother and father for carrying I forth and bringing I here in this to Iowa. And I give thanks, oh na 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 na. We live in the temple of the Most High. We are the temple of the Most High. The temple of the Most High is within I. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. I know I'm gonna make it. As long as I keep doing my best, I focus and I reach there. Be skillful on me, not go get caught all up in the West. Already make it this far. I recognize, be wise and let fall from distress. Be joyful and I teach care. Ain't really got no reason to be vexed, cause through me bless. Ha! I hail high, listen, lassie high. And no guy can't lie, but can't to I. A love can't sell, neither buy. No way, no I. You coulda never bring that too far, I. But try stop I from hail the Most High. At first I tell you boo, and then buddy bye. I born racism to die, and that's why I and I, na na na. I know I'm gonna make it. As long as I keep doing my best, I focus and I reach there. Be skillful on me, now go get caught all up in the West. Already make it this far. I recognize, be wise and let fall from distress. Be joyful and I teach care. Ain't really got no reason to be vexed, cause through me bless. So me chant, naya bingi, and me sing, aya bingi, then me chant, naya bingi, and me sing, aya bingi, then me say, to know the manner who hold pan the key, it's like I know where to perceive and see. Some people say me bada, some say me wily. Got to me have a inner sight full joy to be an inborn conception of reality. The reappearance of the modern antiquity. I've seen so many things, but none hold me like the visions of High Majesty. So I know I'm gonna make it. As long as I keep doing my best, I focus and I reach there. Be skillful on me, now go get caught all up in the West. Already make it this far. I recognize, be wise and let fall from distress. Be joyful and I teach care. Ain't really got no reason to be vexed, cause to me bless. Ha! Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. I defend Empress Omega I, and no guy can't lie about she no fly. A putty pie for any little guy who says she shoulda die. The Jah-S of the Most High, the real high. I trust she even did a carry I and I heard so many things, but none a move. I like the teachings of Rastafari, so I know I'm gonna make it. As long as I keep doing my best, I focus and I reach that. Be careful of me, not go get caught all up in the West. Already make it this far. I recognize, be wise and left off from distress. Be joyful and I teach care. Ain't really got no reason to be best, got to me bless. I know I'm gonna make it. As long as I keep doing my best, I focus and I reach there. Be careful of me, now go get caught all up in the West. Already make it this far. I recognize, be wise and left off from distress. Be joyful and I teach care. Ain't really got no reason to be vexed, got to me bless. I know I'm gonna make it. I focus and I reach there. Already make it this far. Be joyful and I teach care. Look how we red eye, we hold a measure higher medal. Life we know dead eye, we born with chill till we red eye. We breaking dead eye, some medicine off you head eye. Oh what a spread eye, so thankful how my mama fed eye. All day, all night, I burn a fire and I feel alright. All good, all bright, word sound and power that me come for recite yo. All day, all night, I burn a fire and I feel so bright. All good, Alright, words sound and power that make come fi recite. Lightning clap and then the wicked get smite. But we no boost war, no neither strive still we fire the bully and fire the drugs fight. And we fire the one who make the youth uptight. And we fire the system who make we dog fight. Cause we never gonna live unless we yearn for unite. So fire up the chillum fi me head a good flight. Chopping a love for me such a delight. Yo, all day, all night, I burn a fire and I feel so bright. All good, alright, words sound and power that make come fi recite. Then again, all day, all night, I burn a fire and I feel alright. All good, all bright, words sound and power that make come fi recite. See how we stack it, a bag of weed in our pocket. Make we unwrap it, the loudest grade you couldn't knock it. Boom shaka lock it, me chill and fire up like a rocket. Who want fi stop it? You can't flap it cause me drop it. All day, all night, I burn a fire and I feel alright. All good, all bright, words sound and power that make come fi recite. Then again, all day, all night, I burn a fire and I feel so bright. All good, all right, words sound and power that make come fi recite. Then again, reaching out to all nice and decent people, all good people, all massive and crew. Big ups to Design Studio, big ups to Vision Che, Wagwan. Big ups to all the graduates, congratulations to everyone. Having a graduation tomorrow. We're having a party tonight. Chalo! Chalo bai, chalo beheno, chalo bayo, mera beheno, chal, chal, chal. Ah! Natch, natch, dancing. Chain ring ding ding, chain ring ding digga digga ding 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 oh. Well you suck it, I'm on a car for this swinging oh. Chain ring ding ding oh, chain ring ding 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 digga digga ding oh. Yes rock out in me, I go car for this is like a phenomenon, phenomenon one oh. Phenomenon, phenomenon, phenomenon oh. Phenomenon, 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 phenomenon. Phenomenon is like a ring ding ding ding, ring ding 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 oh. Ring ding ding digga digga ding ding digga digga ding 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 oh. Ring ding ding digga 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 ding 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 digga 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 ding ding ding. It's like a come follow me, 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 follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me, one by one by one. I saw me stay, me a turn. Yes, Rockety up on the microphone stand. So we forward and I go long. Fire it up and we go burn Babylon. So we stay and we a turn. We nice it up for the human and the man. So we forward and we go long. Fire it up and we go burn confusion. Sit down on the rhythm, sit down on the version. Come to the place, take up the mic, dance off your ram. Easy me woman, me say easy me man. In time we come, we run out confusion. Cause I'm on Rockety, I bring a medication. And when we run the rhythm like a meditation, you see me on the vibes is a vibration. Higher levels and yo, so we still and we attack. So we drop it, me say one by one. All artists, singers and musicians, all dancers and poets, we have to come along. We are scientists and creative and motivated. Yes, that's how we are. We are planets and superstars. In the universe, we really travel far. On all dimensions and every level, we are praising God and we don't fear the devil. So we stay. We are tired, light up the children while we born, but we run to the again. na na na. Na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Na 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 na. Fire and water, earth and wind, ether, life, love. You know me, God, King Alpha, Rastafari. I have about 100 matches in a matchbox. Come your burn the fire, make it hot, 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 ducks. Fire from the bingy to the bobo to the natty dreadlocks. We have to burn the fire, make it hot. I have about 100 matches in a matchbox. Come your burn the fire, make it hot, 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 ducks. Fire from the bingy to the bobo to the natty dreadlocks. We have to burn the fire non-stop. After that, me lick off Babylon head top. They run to them scissor one cut me dreadlocks. Can't do that, them knife blunt and them razor can't sharp. To me have to trod with a love in me heart. And so me have to walk, and so me have to talk. I'm on a do your works, them boy a skylark. Just singers and your players and your mountain top. Watching the wicked fall down and a flap. I have about 1,000 matches in a matchbox. Come here burn the fire, make it hot, 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 ducks. Fire from the bingy to the bobo to the natty dreadlocks. We have to burn the fire, make it hot, hot, then it's hot. I have 10,000 matches in a my matchbox. Come here burn the fire, hot, hot, ducks. Fire from the bingy to the bobo to the natty dreadlocks. We have to burn the fire non-stop. Babylon and them burn them candlestick at both ends. The way them organize to desecrate my sister. Them never could a man come on a boyfriend. I wonder if them members say a woman born them. A long time them cause I never solve the problem. Them never see no crop, them only slap them pick pen. Them Saddam and Gomorrah got to come to a end. So fire upon them houses from the good people them. I have about 10,000 matches in a matchbox. Come here burn the fire, make it hot, 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 ducks. Fire from the bingy to the bobo to the natty dreadlocks. We have to burn the fire, make it hotter than it's hot. 100,000 matches in a my matchbox. Come here burn the fire, hotter ducks. Fire from the bingy to the bobo to the natty dreadlocks. We have to burn the fire non-stop. Yaga ya, so many thoughts they try to put in your mind. They conjure plan to devastate mankind. I have to burn the wicked each and every time. I saw me cleanse my mind, and then the truth I find. We're living in a revelation time. The youth and youth must come together and shine. Yes, international job black star line. The wicked stay behind. We burn them every time. 10,000 matches me say in my matchbox. Come here burn the fire at the ducks. Fire from the bingy to the bobo to the natty dreadlocks. We have to burn the fire, make it hot. I have about 100,000 matches in my matchbox. Come here burn the fire at the ducks. Fire from the bingy to the bobo to the natty dreadlocks. We have to burn the fire non-stop. Yaga yaga ya ya yaga ya. Na 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 na. Yaga yaga ya ya yaga ya. Na 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 na. Yaga yaga ya ya yaga ya. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Queen Omega, O King Alpha, O Rastafari. Big up, big up. Give thanks, Amanda. Big up, Cannon. Yes, yes, y'all. I could play another half hour if that's cool. If that's cool with y'all. I still got another half hour before the neighbors trip. Right on, right on. I see you. Bless up. Hey, Kyle, big up. That's beautiful. Whoa. Wonderful, wonderful vibes.
Hey, just jamming on the train, rocking this train with you, bro.
Right on, brother.
Fucking rocking it. Damn.
Give thanks, give thanks. All right, more music. Yes, Harlan. Big up, Harlan. So long we don't see you. I love you, bro. Love you, big bro. Yes, yes, fam. All right, let's play some more music. Let me find a good one. Find a good one. Let's find a good one. This is a good one. Chalo! Chal, chal, vayo, beheno. I am a ganja man, I'm traveling to Babylon, and I go to Zion, my father and my mother's land. Always wondering why wicked people treat I so. I have to warn them, they don't know. Me walk and me talk and me chant on the land. Me foot a fi me and a fi me yan. Me voice fi me foundation. We tell all the massive come join as one. A stamp for the human and a stamp for the man. We walk on sand and cross the ocean, and anywhere we pass is a education, because we know say it is a revelation. Many more have to suffer, many more have to die. The next one born and she bawl and cry. I pray Thomas, I gotta beg you, please tell me why. The rich man laugh and the poor man sigh. You're looking at me high and me can't tell no lie. If life was a thing that your money could buy, the rich man would have live and the poor man would have die. Conscious people, you got to make it if you try. I shall obey my Jah and do the things just say is right. And I shall not start no fight, no matter whether day or night. I shall be good to all I meet along the way, always helping my family to the day. Say we are one deity, Jah soul, yeah. We chant for we roots and chant for culture. Say we not afraid of Babylon and or vampire. We trophy, we con and we holy water. Say we are one bona fide God follower. We love we human, but we love her next door to Jah. No deal with folly, we only deal with Anna. Me mama, me papa, me brother, me sister, Jah Jah. I have a family that reaches over land and sea. We come together to dwell in peace and harmony, always reasoning and finding out the way to go, always helping each other along the road. The road is rocky and the way is steep, Me shirt and me pants and me shoes and me feet. I cry eyes, water me no get no relief. We travel in the jungle, make out a concrete. You have to step wise when you walk in a street. Jam and you have to sit before them a go deed. I can't be the beggar man, I can't be the thief. But in a Babylon, Rasta man no retreat. Some things in a life, young man, they take time. You work in a family to join in a line. No bother with the vanity nor the unkind. You stress out your heart and your soul and your mind. You inhale 1 and you exhale 9. And lift up your head and your neck and your spine. Looking after yourself and you know you can't blind. Natural, mystical wonders and sign. I am a Rasta man. I'm traveling through Babylon. And I go to Zion, my father and my mother's land. Always wondering why wicked people treat us so. I have to wonder, they don't know. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Yes, oh yes, Yeah, yeah. Massive love. Massivo. Massivo love. Bam, 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 bam. Big up Tiffany, big up Ty, big up Shante Titi, big up Maxi, big up Marim, big up Bobby, big up Laura, big up Harlan, big up Pamela, big up Cannon, big up Nicholas, big up Moni, big up Claire, big up Maxi, big up Dan, big up Roxy, big up David, big up Alicia, big up Kyle. Praise the Most High. Praise the Most High. Give thanks, Divine Mother, Divine Father. Yes, yes, y'all. All right, got one or two more. One or two more I'll play for y'all. One or two more I'll play for y'all.
I put rhythm in your walk.
Yes, I have a speaker on in here, so if you're talking to me, I can hear y'all in between songs. Boom, boom, bam, bam.
Bow, bow.
मेरा नाम तो भी गिरी मेरा गुरु जी नाम का नागा बाबा शरवण गिरी जी जय श्री गुरु जी महाराज जय श्री गुरु माँ हर हर गंगे हर हर महादेव giving thanks and praise Empress Mene Queen Omega King Haile King Selassie I the First Jah Rastafari Om Namah Shivaya Play bingy play Naya bingy play Play bingy play Naya bingy play Let the bass and the Naya bingy play Naya bingy play man play Naya bingy woman make a chant and play. Naya bingy man make a chant and play. Play bingy play, Congo man, Congo woman just a play round the way. Play it night and day, love in our heart and just a so we stay. On the King's Highway. Mother divine, Father divine, I say. On the ital way, play Naya bingy woman, bingy man play. Play Mr. Dub Smashers play. Dub Smashers play. Play Mr. Analog Shuttle play. Analog Shuttle play. Singers and players of instruments, artists and dancers and all poets, play Naya bingy play. Let's have a big old safety meeting. Blessed love Regenaissance family. Right. Jah is Lord, and I say blessed Lord. Jah is Lord, and you can't stop Rastafari Lord. Jah lead upon the journey, Jah guide upon the track. Far over hills and valleys, with my shield and sword and rod. Though the obstacles are many, and the journey seems so hard, still I pray Jah Almighty, as I move and go forward. Though the time seems so crazy, and the world is acting mad, still I give Jah the glory, and I hail the Most High God. Jah is Lord, and I say blessed Lord. Jah is Lord, and you can't stop Rastafari love. Come is a red, brown, yellow, black or white. All are we are precious in the Most High sight. So no matter with distressing or the forcing and fight, but we all are getting blessing and we must unite. Yes, deep inside we self there is a shining light. We have to build it up and make it burn so bright. I totally appreciate love, Jah power and might. So I chant for justice, truth and right. Jah is Lord, and I say blessed Lord. Jah is Lord, and you can't stop Rastafari love. Jah lead upon the journey, Jah guide upon the track. shield and sword and rod. Though the obstacles are many and the journey seems so hard, still I praise Jah Almighty as I move and go forward. Though the time seems so crazy and the world is acting mad, still I give Jah the glory and I hail the Most High God. Jah Jah, Jah is Lord, and I say blessed Lord. Jah Jah, Jah is Lord, and you can't stop Rastafari love. said no. Cha cha, Jah is love, and you can't stop. Rastafari love. Big blessed love, family, much respect. Respect is respect in every aspect. Blessings of Mother Divine, Father Divine, all divine children. We are so wonder-filled, we are beautiful, we are so amazing, incredible, talented, creative, manifestative, meditative, vibrative. Fullness of the power of love, full power. Namaste, namaskar. Om Shalom Salam, Om Shanti Shanti, Om Mani Padme Hum, Jai Ma, Jai Bholenath, yes Jah, Rastafari, Om Namah Shivaya. Massive, massive, massive love. I'm very thankful to be here. Respect. Wow, y'all. Thank you, Ty. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you, David. Thank you, Alicia, Roxy, Laura, Maxie, Claire, Moni, Nicolas, Pamela, Harlan, Shenter, Mariam, Bobby, Amanda. Bless, 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 y'all. I don't know if I can hear y'all if anyone's talking, but
We love you.
love you. Love you. Let me turn off the
That was
echo.
awesome. I loved it.
Prospect. Wow, thanks so much. I'm happy to join all the time. Yes, I'm really, really pleased to play music for y'all and watch y'all paint and draw and create and see all the wonderful beings. Hope to see a lot of y'all in person and meet y'all in person. I'd love to gather sometime, and everyone is welcome to pass through here. If you're ever in East Oakland, please feel free to get my contacts. Cannon or anyone else who has them, just get my contacts and come on through. Yes,
I can drop them in chat right now, man. I think they're in some stuff I have.
All right, I'll put my number right here. I'll put my. This is my.
You should add Pamela, Amanda.
This is my phone number right here. Okay, y'all. So anyone wants to, and you can use that for WhatsApp also if you're in another country or anywhere. Give thanks, y'all. I'm gonna forward into some other meditations, and I'll stay tuned in for a while. I want to chat up with y'all for a sec, but thank you so much again. Bum
We
bum.
appreciate you so much. Amazing vibe tonight. We've just been like co-working and feeling it. Really, really, really appreciate you. You're so generous.
So
And
generous.
your voice is so soothing. to listen to, really. I
Reflection,
don't say
brother.
that lightly.
Reflection.
My neighbors aren't tripping. There is actually one more I could play for y'all. My neighbors aren't tripping.
Okay.
If you want.
Well, look when I raise my
I thought I
eyebrows.
didn't have enough time on the train, but we're chilling. We're chilling, huh? And my neighbors haven't sent me a message or anything to turn it off. So let's see if this one works. Okay. So we have sometimes these are old machines that I use. I use some ancient analog gear. That's why it's called the analog shuttle. And so sometimes I have to go in and like reprogram it really quick before I can play it for y'all. Yeah, like that. Okay, fam. Wow, y'all. Hey, I do want to say too, I will finish my second collage, and I plan to make a third one at least, to at least make 3. While this is going on, I still plan to do that, and I hope to show you the second finished one sometime soon.
Yes,
Bless up.
please.
Oh Lord have mercy. Cannon, what did you get me into, Cannon? What kind of amazing wonderland of Alices and Als did you bring me to, Cannon? I love y'all. Wow.
What a mercy.
Love y'all. Yes, I. Big up everyone. Let's go. Oh. Oh, see now, look, see then the machine decided to do it again. And now I have to fix it again real quick. It's a very temperamental machine.
What a mercy.
All right. There we go. This should work now. Lord, not a mercy. And I have an amazing brethren who passed. I live in the hood. I grew up in the hood in Brooklyn. I live in the hood today. There was actually a big giant, I'm not trying to bring anyone down, there was a big giant gunfight about 3 blocks from my house today, from my crib. I'm serious sadhu. I am a serious street sadhu. And you know, I just really like to give thanks for certain people that I've met, even in the hardest circle. I have some serious sisters and brethren that are quite something else. One of them, you know, that Lot of Mercy, he came on stage one time, grabbed the mic, and started walking across the stage going, Eddie Murphy, Eddie Murphy. And it was one of the biggest moments in dancehall history in New York. And for some reason, when you said that, I just wanted to share that. Long live his soul. Long live everyone's past and departed. Let's give thanks for our ancestors. Yes, I. Let's give thanks for the mother, the father. We are all beautiful children. I'm gonna give you a dancehall tune, and I'm gonna give you a bajan on this one. This was a big song on my pilgrimage in India, because it's called One More. And you know, I have some elder sadhus who, you know, we get down pretty hard. We're pretty down in the ashes. We're in the hashes and the ashes. And we go hard. And I would look at some of them, one more? And then some of them picked up one of my uncles, my Uncle Guruji. Uncle Guruji, come on, Nath Baba. Come on, Nath Babaji, long live. He would hit me in the arm and go, one more? Let's go. Let them gone. Some ananuman. Some dead and them gone. Some hooligan. Some gihiligan. Where them gone? Where them gone? They dead and they gone. They party gone. Where them gone? They printy gone. Where them gone? I am a Rasta man. Alone I stand. And it's like one more hooligan stepping on, sensing me now. It's like one more Babylon running on me marijuana. It's like one more Gilligan cutting down me Godakaya. It's like one more Matilan running on me Sensiminia. Mama never really have time to get vexed. Wicked man never sleep and the good can't rest. They brainwash man to wear a bulletproof vest. Like we never have God hot in our chest. And everywhere I turn I wonder what happened next. All over human rights and it kept me perplexed. All we want cool and relax and flex. And all Babylon want invade me nest. It's like one more hooligan stepping on me sense him in ya. It's like one more Babylon running on me marijuana. It's like one more Gilligan cutting down me Godakaya. It's like one more Matilan running on me marijuana. Who them sell the white rock? Show them just import this and then them export that. But we no promote no crack. So we love the ganja to the max and we not afraid for talk. So we are not a dreadlocks. Wicked man won't come spy and inform on me Sparta. But me a hot chill or snatch. So me love the ganja to the max and we not stop chatter. One more hooligan coming on me marijuana. It's like one more Gilligan running on me Sensiminia. It's like one more Babylon cutting down me Godakaya. It's like one more Matilan running on me Sensiminia. Mommy never really have time to explain. Support ganja weed and we fight cocaine. Got them the white stone would a wreck out your brain. He make a boy mad and make a girl insane. So give them marijuana and you take away the pain. Heal the nation up on the good ganja chain. But Babylon fight to boost the profane. Taking the name of Jalad in vain. It's like one more hooligan stepping on me sense him in ya. It's like one more Babylon running on me marijuana. It's like one more Gilligan cutting down me Godakaya. It's like one more Matilan stepping on me marijuana. Who push cock pan me block. Conscious man defend the youth from the wicked attack. Like I want a gunshot. So we love the youth to the max and we not afraid for talk. We are them active back. Seed need water and food, you grow them in a pot. Red, yellow, brown, white, black. So we love the youth to the max and we not stop chatter. One more Rasta man coming on to chant it for Jah. It's like one more Naya man coming on, fellow the Chalwa. It's like one more Kaya man coming on, for chant it for Jah. It's like one more Nayama coming on the marijuana. But it's like one more hooligan running down me Sensiminia. It's like one more Gilligan cutting on me marijuana. It's like one more Babylon chopping down me Godakaya. It's like one more Matilan stepping on the marijuana. Where them gone? Some man and woman. Them dead and them gone. Some hooligan, some gilligan. Where them gone? Where them gone? Them dead and them gone. The Vatican gone. Where them gone? The Pentagon gone. Where them gone? I am a Rasta man. Alone I stand. Alone I stand. Alone I stand, 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 all one 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 I stand, a one night stand. Yeah, 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 yeah. Na na na. Na 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 na. Jah Rastafari, guide and protect I and I upon this journey and in these functions going forwards and coming in. As I would really like to say, as I would really like to tell you, as I would really like to mention, as I would really like to request and ask for your guidance and your love and your protection along the way. As I would really like to say, each and every single day, play Miss Anaya Bingy play, play Mama Naya Bingy play. Yes, I saw it go on, yes, I saw it stay, night and day, vision channel the way, easy rockatia with the good sense, Lord. Bam bam bole, Har Har Gange, Har Har Mahadev. Jai Ma Ganga, Jai Shri Ma Saraswati ki, Jai Shri Ma Lakshmi ki, Jai Shri Ma Kali ki, Jai Mata Di ki, Jai Shri Om Bana, Jai Shri Ma Karni, Om Namah Shivaya, Jai Ma, Har Har Gange, Har Har Mahadev, yes, Jah Rastafari, and I, and I, and I. Oh, Mahadeva Tera Damaru Dama Dama Pachiko Jahere O Mahadeva Tera Damaru Dama Dama Pachiko Jahere O Mahadeva Tera Damaro Dama Dama Mahadeva Mahadeva Tera Damaro Dama Dama Pachiko Jahere O Pachiko Jahere Bam bam bole, sabki sath, Om Tat Sat, Om Sat Nam, Dhanyavad Vaheguru, Dhanyavad Vaheguru Ma. Yes, Jah Rastafari. Shivaya Om Namah 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 Shivaya Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya Om. 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 Namah Shivaya. 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 Namah Shivaya Om. 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 Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya Om. Namah Shivaya. Mahadeva Teradamaro Damadama. Mahadeva Teradamaro Damadama. Mahadeva. Namah Shiva, Namah Shiva, Namah Shiva, Om Namah Shiva, Namah Shiva, Namah Shiva, Namah Shiva, Om Namah Shiva, Namah Shiva, Om Namah Shiva, Namah Shiva, Om Namah Durga, Jai Ma Durga, Hey Ma Durga, Shri Ma Durga, Jagadambe, Jagadambe, Ma Durga, Jagadambe, Jagadambe, Ma Durga, Ma Durga, Jai Ma Durga, Hey Ma Durga, Shri Ma Durga, Jagadambe, Jagadambe, Ma Durga, Jagadambe, Jagadambe, Ma Durga, Ma Durga, Jai Ma Durga, Hey Ma Durga, Shri Ma Durga, Jai Ma. Big up, y'all. Whoops. Big up, y'all.
Big up.
Big up, bless up, bliss,
Whoop, whoop.
blessings and blessings.
Choo choo. Choo choo.
Damn.
Enough respect, enough respect. So
Hey
yeah,
y'all, I dropped Rocker T's Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App in the chat.
oh, you didn't have to
Hablau.
do that. Oh, thank you. You didn't have to do that.
Thank
Do
you.
what I
I
can,
saved
man.
it.
Respect. Thank you again and again.
Thank you. Thank
I
you
won't
so
be
much.
as gone for as long this time. Let's definitely stay more in touch. Cannon and I are very much in touch again. And I'm really glad to be in touch and connected with y'all. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, your music is medicine. Very much appreciated.
Give thanks, fam. So many blessings to y'all, and I'll kick it for a minute, and I'd love to see y'all soon, like I said before. Blessings. Ayushman Pava, may you live long. Vijay Pava, may you have victory.
Eki Bhagwan Ke Bache. We are all
Dhanyavad,
God's children.
Dhanyavad, Dhanyavad in Lakech. Namaste, Namaskar. Om Shalom Salam.
What do we do now, guys? You look at my enormous eyeballs.
You're such a beautiful alien, Alicia.
She sure is. I was going to say
Stunning.
that. So I had to come in again to just, I was bigging her up 1-to-1, but in front of everyone, it's so lit, right? That is so lit, right? She
I
came
feel
on the
so
screen that way, and I
authentic.
was like, whoa. It was just one big screen. That's all I saw in the breakout room. And she came in, and I was like, yo. I was like, how did you do that? Epic. I
me
have to
now.
take care of a couple things in my kitchen and a couple phone calls, but I could put a record on for us if you guys want me to do that.
We're not going to turn it down.
Okay. I'll put on some raga so that my neighbors don't trip too hard. I'll put on some nice, very, very classical, expensive vinyl raga.
Awesome. Oh,
All right,
thank
cool.
you.
Give me just 1 sec. I'll get it sorted.
I was commenting on Rocker T's record collection when I don't know, last week when he came on and played, and then he rotated the camera and showed like the full scope of the records, and what you see is like, I don't know, maybe like half of what's actually in that room. What do you think, man? He's like, nah, man, I didn't even show you all of it.
Well, it's about
That's his
2/3.
smallest
Probably
library.
you can see about 2/3, and then it goes up higher, and it goes a little further that way, and then there's a bunch under the turntables
Yeah.
that are. There's
Yeah.
a lot. There's a lot you don't see.
Loads. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's about 7,000 to 10,000 records here.
Oh, jeez. Oh my God.
In India, they say he's high tech, Baba.
Now, did you like acquire them all, like hand-picked them all, or did you like acquire a collection at any point in time?
At one time I acquired like 4 long boxes of a jukebox rescue.
Oh.
But just about all of these are like 2 to 5 to 10 at a time, or even 1 at a time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Since I'm real small, my parents gave me my first record, and it was over. I broke a couple turntables, and they just knew what was going on.
You were scratching when you were little.
I'm not like a battle scratcher, but I can scratch. And I was messing with like, yeah, the family turntable and I broke it. But they saw that I was not like, you know, they saw what was going on, that I was getting into things.
Mm-hmm.
So they got another one and I broke that one.
From just like playing it too much,
and
or
then they
what?
said, if you want another turntable, you got to get one of your own. So I went and got that. It was so great. My parents were like, thank you very much. This is the family's turntable. And you can't break this one. And you want to break one, you get another one. So
They're
I
like,
got
as a matter of fact, you actually you still owe us one more. So
they were cool about two. They took one back. You know, they didn't make me, but they saw what was going on. I've been in the choir, and my mother had me playing piano since I was in the choir at 3, and at 7 I was playing piano.
oh.
And then I didn't want to play piano anymore, so she said, okay, but you can switch to guitar. You can't stop. My mother has a law in her in my family, everyone shall sing and play music. That's the law.
That's a good law.
So yeah,
It's good for your brain. I mean, look how big my brain is.
Epic. Epic. It's like
I
the
started
biggest
playing the
brain
piano
ever.
when I was 5. And look how big my brain is.
It
And
really
my
works.
eyeball.
Fold that into your human form. That's what I'm wondering.
I found something so interesting through time is how the laws of the universe, you know, physics and quantum and astral and all these, it's the same rules as music. It's the same stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Empty, thought, sound, vibration, color, shape, harmony, dissonance. It's music explains the whole shebang. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, last month we had a teacher offer a course on sacred geometry, and she was relating tones with platonic solid shapes. And that was pretty trippy. Like going down the rabbit hole of all the connections and the implications of like the math in the sacred geometry, and then yeah, the tones associated with it. That was pretty trippy. The colors and the colors and the tones and the shapes all associated
All of it,
together.
yeah, there's all scales and chords and keys and all the things that are manifest. Yeah. I'd love to pull out my singing bowls for y'all sometime.
Yes.
I have a whole array. I do this whole array.
Oh, goody.
And then I do it. We go chakra journey.
Ooh.
Yeah, we go journey from high chakra all the way to low chakra, and then all the way fly out again. Yeah.
Would you want to do one for Vitra? Because we have an eclipse coming up on the 15th. It's like on a Sunday.
Oh, that's perfect. That's actually the best day for me to do. That's when I would normally join in, and when Canon first brought me in, and Sunday is really the best. That's the best day for me to join in.
Cool, because it's like in
And it's an eclipse. Come on, let's go.
2 weeks from tomorrow. Yeah, it's a lunar eclipse that day. And I was looking at the calendar, and we do have a journey then 2 weeks later from that on the new moon. But I just thought, man, wouldn't it be really neat to have something like on that other, because we had a meditation today, because today was a solar eclipse. And so then its counter eclipse is going to happen in 2 weeks. And I just thought, man, like I hadn't thought about it before today. And then I thought, man, it would be really sweet to have something. Well, let's explore that.
Okay, yeah, let me know. And I'm fully willing.
If you want to do
that.
like a sound healing journey,
Yeah.
a lunar eclipse sound healing journey.
That sounds great.
Okay. Oh, goody.
I'm doing some rehab and some healing up of some carpal tunnel and some out of place discs in my neck. So I'm not going too far for like a month or so at the moment. I've been doing, it's really good. It's something I had since I'm 5 years old, a scrunched neck issue that I'm happy revealed itself without any permanent damage, and I'm rehabbing. So giving a lot of thanks for that. But I'm not driving too far, going far to do shows. So I totally would love to do that. Yeah.
Cool. We could even, you know, like maybe we just have it even on the train and not like in a separate call for the school. Like that way anybody could come.
Okay.
Cool. Well, let's talk about it and, you know, and what your fees would be for offering that. And I can let you know what we've been paying other people too. So,
Okay, great. Thanks for
yay.
that. Keeping the ashram lit around here is a good thing. Keep the landlord out of my face and the power company over there. That's a great thing. Sure.
Awesome.
So we would definitely link about that. And let me get out a record for y'all, and I'll put it on.
Thank you.
Oh, respect. Thank you.
How late do you keep things recording, Alicia or Amanda?
Oh, are we still live streaming even?
Yeah.
No.
Stop the live stream. Bye, everybody on the live stream. Bye.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for joining us here at Regenera Rising with Design Science Studio and the Vision Train. Signing off.
It's real in here.
Day 10. Come join us for.
You didn't even know.